So you can see there the horse coming in from the 10-minute box and into this wonderful main arena here in Pilisjászfalu. Has been the host of the Youth Championships many times. Always puts on such a great show. Getting us underway, it is the first rider for Spain, Juan José Ruiz Esteban. This is his second European Championships. Competed as a junior in Kronberg back in 2023. He is riding Gerazano BCN. This is a 12-year-old KWPN gelding by Jumur. Their last time out was Karamara. And they won the team competition with 67.990. They had a great week actually. This was back in May. Also took a win in the individual and finished second in the freestyle with a score up to 70.125. It's their only competition internationally of this year. Juan José Ruiz Esteban and Gerazano BCN. Juan, 20 years old. Didn't quite have the start they would have wanted there. Just had a little spook into the halt. But they can for sure make that up. Nicely straight on the diagonal for the medium trot. Looking nice there on the short side. And good into the shoulder in. Nice positioning there, keeping the activity well. Just got to make sure that the horse isn't drifting through that outside shoulder through the 8-meter circle. Keeping the angle through the half pass. Yeah, just not entirely straight there. Needed to rebalance as they finished the half pass. And now coming into the extended trot. Yeah, pretty nice there. Some nice steps. Could have had a little bit more ground cover. Yeah, again, really nice positioning there through the shoulder in. The horse is slowly starting to relax in the arena. Yeah, better. Keep the outside. Yeah, much better through the circle there. Still needed a little more balance, but much better in the one to the right than the left. And now the walk. So we have half pirouettes. So looking to keep the activity, keep the marching behind. Yeah, pretty nice there. Ooh. So a little bit of tension going in. He did really well there to keep the focus. Horse just escaped a little bit in that first step. Again there you'd want to see some more relaxation, getting the horse to really stretch, just having a little jog. Nice pickup. Really good there in the collected walk on the pickup. Yeah, nice through the canter half pass. Clear changes, very well ridden. A little half pirouette, keep the jump in the canter, yeah, well done. Just needs to be sure that he keeps the bend through the canter, especially through the canter pirouette there. Really well prepared. You can see him visibly taking that half halt there. Yeah, nice. So coming onto the diagonal now for 5 4-time flying changes. Lovely. Really nicely on the aids. Beautifully ridden. And now for the 3s. Really see from this angle how beautifully straight these changes are. Very well ridden, real highlights. And now an extended canter. Yeah, some nice ground cover there. Can maybe take a little bit more risk in that. The canter generally is super nice. It's got really good jump. Just needed a little bit more balance there down into that final halt. But getting us underway there, Juan, Jose, Ruiz, Esteban and Rozono BCN. Our first rider for Spain.
Thank you.
Really, he is incredibly proud to be presenting his country, giving his flag a kiss. As he comes out of the arena, we'll be able to give you the score in just a moment's time, but real highlights there in both lines of tempi changes, actually throughout most of the canter really. Some really, really nice work. Lovely control. He managed to keep the jump beautifully.
In a few seconds we will put up the first scores in this.
A very elegant horse. It was just a little bit tense to start in that first halt, but Juan did a great job of offering him that relaxation. It is a score of 64.735%.
67.206 at C.
Scores ranging from 66.176 to 62.647.
And now attending at the arena,
so next up it is for Sweden, Stella Hoff. She is 21 years old and she is riding Jazz Time VDT, a 12-year-old KWPN gelding by Jazz. Stella has competed in the Pony and Young Rider European Championships ponies in 2021 and Young Riders with this horse in 2025. Had a great time there. Finished in the top 10 each day. Last time out was in Tolbert back in April. In the team competition they scored 68.3 for 9th place, and in the individual it was 19th for 64.951. Stella Hoff now for Sweden and Jazz Time VDT. A really nice entry, beautifully straight, really direct through her transitions, and a lovely corner. Really so important to get those corners because it prepares you so well for the next movement. Nice there in the medium, really clear transitions. And now into the shoulder in. Yeah, good balance around that 8-meter circle. Extended trot there. Could have done with a little bit more pushing power, but the horse is staying really lovely in the frame. She's able to show really clear bend. Again there, nice positioning through the shoulder in. Looks a little bit large there for that 8-meter circle. Yeah, just needed a little bit more balance through that line, but again, very clear to the bend in the half pass. Horse has a really nice quality in the walk. Yeah. Just needed a little bit more control there through the pirouette to the left. And now into the extended walk, the horse taking a nice stretch. Could just have a little bit more marching, but the rhythm is nice and clear. Horse is beautifully on Stella's aids. Yeah, again, really clear in the bend and the changes. Everything's being ridden nice and precisely. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Needed a bit more preparation coming into the pirouette there. Ooh. Just a bit of tension there down in that corner. That's a real pity. Just needs to take a little bit more weight through. That's better. Yeah, better. Still on the large side. But much better control. And now into the lines of Tempe's. Just lacking a little bit of impulsion now in the canter. But all clean, clear changes. Again, nicely on the aids. Lovely and straight there. We'd just like to see the canter a little bit more uphill for the 7.5s. Yeah, nice. You can see a clear difference there in the extended canter. And coming to a finish in a beautiful square halt. Stella Hoff and Jazz Time VDT there for Sweden.
Stella Hoff, Jazz Time VDT, first rider of the Swedish team.
A really lovely, correct horse. Stella rode a beautifully accurate test. Really nice paces. Could have maybe been a little bit more uphill with a bit more impulsion in the canter work today. But some expensive mistakes there in the canter pirouette, sadly, which really pulled her down. Scoring 4s and some 5s from the judges. But overall, a really nice job, a lovely, elegant horse, really nicely on Stella's aids. If she could just get a little bit more engagement, that would really help her climb those marks a little bit more. So we just wait for a score as the next combination enter the arena. Here we go, 66.029%. Scores ranging from 64.2 up to 68.08.
029 at M and 64.265 and B makes a total score of 66.
Now moving on to our first combination for Germany. It is Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel and she is riding Zinc Escala OLD FH. This is an 11-year-old Oldenburg mare by Escala.
Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel, Germany.
Lana-Pinou was the gold medalist in 2025. She picked up team gold, individual gold and freestyle gold. So definitely one to watch out for. That was with Zinc Emma, FHNRW. Also rode her in 2023 and 2022 in juniors. Picked up many medals along her way. With this horse though, they competed in Hagen in June. She finished second in the team competition with 70.6, sixth in the individual with 67.8 and fourth in the music with 72.8. Really nice there through the medium trot. Really nice and forward and active. Nice cadence there through the shoulder in. This horse has lovely swing over the back. Could have just been a little bit more supple to the bend there as they finished the half pass. Again, very clear through the extended trot. Sometimes could just have a little bit more self-carriage through this trot work. Nice there. Really good positioning in the shoulder in. And again, very accurate through the circles. Again, they just needed a little bit more fluency and self-carriage through the circle. Clear in the rhythm, in the walk. It just needs to keep that activity behind there through the pirouette. Yeah, a bit better there to the right. And now taking a good stretch in the extended walk. Could just seek that bit out a little bit more. She's stretching down beautifully. Just tracking up there. Ground cover could be a little bit more. 6s and 6.5s from our judges for the extended walk. But lovely transition up to canter, really nicely on the aids. Cute the bend. Really beautiful big change. Now coming into the canter pirouette. Lovely preparation. Yeah, very nicely done. Beautifully ridden. Keeping the jump. Starting a little bit big this way. Yeah, better at the end. Just started a little bit on the bigger side in the pirouette to the right. Again, lovely big change. She really covers the ground nicely. Beautiful, really using the whole diagonal there. Nice and straight. Yeah, very well ridden indeed. And taking good risk in the extension. Lovely ground cover. Down into the halt. There we have it for Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel and Zinc Escala OLD FH. Looking like our first combination to receive over 70%. What a lovely mare. Really beautiful, especially in the canter. Those lovely big changes. Really nice through the canter pirouette, especially the first one. Beautifully uphill. She's got plenty of power. Could maybe just have a little bit more self-carriage at times. Lots of expression, lots to like. Very exciting horse for the future for Lana. So that's going to get Germany off to a good start with a 70.941% for Lana-Pinou. Very consistent from our judges there. 70.4 up to 71.3.
70.941 for Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel.
So next we move on to France. This is Thanais Capelle Morosi, and she is riding Figo di Hanses. This is a gelding by Dante Valtino. Thanais has plenty of experience, started riding at Children's Europeans back in 2020. Also competed in 2021, moved up to ponies in 2022. And last year competed in juniors. Her last time out was in Hagen just last month. She competed this horse in the team competition to score 65.17 for a 15th place, and then in the individual competition she finished in 19th with 63.941. Nice move off from the halt there. Could have been a little bit more direct coming in. Lovely and light-footed through this medium. And very clear transitions. And the transition is not a separate mark in this test. So it is all included in the second movement, which shows the transitions and the medium trot. A little bit of a tilt in the shoulder in, and again there in the second half of the 8-metre circle. Nice positioning there in the half pass, some fairly good crossing. Tracking up nicely in the extended trot. Yeah, well ridden. So there, the extended trot is a separate mark to the transitions. So really important that they ride those clearly. Could do with a little bit more suppleness to the bend there through the shoulder in. But better circle to the right. No head tilt that time, so it sets her up much better there for the half pass. Keeping the march in the collective walk. Oh, yeah, lost a little bit of the activity there behind. It was just one step, so keep him in front of your leg. Yes, better, much better. Taking a nice stretch here in the walk. Can clearly see there's one hoof over track. Could have a little bit more marching there in the extended walk. Put a nice pick up and good up into the canter. Change could have been a little bit clearer there and again there, but fairly nice through the half pass. Again, you just want to see a little bit more self carriage. Good preparation, that'll get him on the hind legs. Yeah, well done. Just needed a bit more fluency, but he was really able to sit and come round the canter pirouette there. Yeah, you can really see some good steps through the canter pirouette. Yes, it could be a little bit more uphill and it could have a bit of a clearer jump, but you can really see that she rode well coming into it. She prepared nicely. And well done through the changes. I wasn't sure how they were going to go after the two changes in the canter half pass, but she rode those beautifully. I think I jinxed it. Yeah, so she had a few mistakes there, a little bit short behind. Oh, nice. Good risk there through the extended canter. And into a nice hold to finish. Thanais, Capelle, Morosi and Figo Dehanes.
And Thanais, Capelle, Morosi. Thank you.
It's looking like it might be a personal best for this combination. A really nice job. It was pretty fluent, very correct horse. Could just show a little bit more uphill tendency, but I think she did a really good job there. Yes, a personal best score of 66.677%, scores ranging from 64.559 up to 68.971.
And 66.912 at be a total score of 66.677 on the account of the French team. And we continue with the British team. Newton Astro
So now
is
it is the turn of Demi Howard-Cartwright and Newton Astro Nascenti.
Demi Howard-Cartwright, Great Britain.
This is a 10-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Apache. Demi competed at the Europeans in juniors last year and in ponies in 2023. Competed last year with this horse in juniors. Finished 21st in both the team and the individual competition and helped the team finish in bronze medal position. Their last time out was in Wellington last month. They finished 6th in the Young Riders team competition with 66.8 and 7th in the individual 65.63. Demi Howard-Cartwright for Great Britain. Nice move off there. Could have just been slightly more immobile in that first hold. Nice. Really clear difference shown there in the medium. Lovely and straight. Staying in a nice frame. Just losing a little bit of the fluency there on the 8-metre circle, but ridden nice and accurately, and good bend there and lovely crossing in the half pass. Yeah, really nicely ridden. There's a little bit of more suppleness there to the right. Good preparation coming into the walk pirouette. Oh, lovely. Very nicely done. So really needs to think about the suppleness now to the right. Yeah. So lovely steps. Just needed a little bit more bend and suppleness to the right through the pirouette there. Lovely stretch. Yeah, the horse really wanting to seek that contact down and out. Super clear in the steps. Could have a little bit more ground cover in the extended walk. But nice and clear through the rhythm throughout the walk. Yeah, good through the half passes. Also has lovely jump to the canter. Stays in a lovely frame throughout. Yeah, pretty nice through the canter pirouette. Could maybe been a little bit more uphill. It's a little bit large on the pirouette there to the right, but that kind of, oh no, what a shame. That's a real pity there. That's going to be quite expensive. As I was saying, kind of expected it to be larger to the right just because she's had the whole way through just that little bit of resistance to the right bend. Just needs to really work on that suppleness to the right to make it more equal. Yeah, nice lines of changes, all clean and clear. Can see how expensive that spook's been. She was up to 67% and then scored 2s and 3s from the judges for that little mishap on the short side. A real pity. But finishing in a nice square hold. Demi Howard-Cartwright and Newton Astro Nascent.
From Great Britain.
Our first combination for Great Britain. A really lovely little horse. A nice test. Demi rode beautifully accurate. Sometimes could have been a little bit more forward with a bit more uphill tendency, but it is a 65.588%. Very consistent from our 5 judges there, as you can see.
66.471 at M and 65.147 at B makes a total score.
Just a real shame about that resistance on the short side, otherwise she'd have been up in 66-67%. But next up, our first combination for Switzerland, Emily Weseloh and Be Happy.
Emily Weseloh, Switzerland.
It is a 12-year-old Hanoverian stallion by Brisbane. Emily competed in the 2024 European Championships with this horse. That was in the junior category. Last time out was in Liège back in May. She finished 15th in the team competition with 66.8. Finished 12th in the individual 66.7 and 7th in the freestyle with 70.8. A little bit conservative maybe there in the medium trot. Yeah, really fluent through the shoulder end. Keep the balance. Yeah, not quite keeping the balance enough there in the circle. But good crossing. Yeah, again, keep the balance. Yeah, much better there. More risk taken here in the extension. Really nice and forward through this trot work, but sometimes just needs a bit more balance. Yeah, like again there on the circle. Oh, big walk. She's going to have to shorten that, ready for this pirouette. Yeah, just needs a bit more fluency through the pirouette. Yeah, better there. Was able to prepare a little bit more. This is the problem with horses that have such big walks. It's so difficult to really get them collected and ready for that walk pirouette. And so it's hard to keep the activity when you really want them to step round nice and small behind. She could have just prepared those a little bit more, but really lovely through the extended walk and, you know, really showing that ground cover off very, very nicely. Lovely canter. Yeah, good preparation. Keep the jump, keep the jump. Yeah, well done. Again, needed a little bit more balance. Keep the jump, keep the bend. Yeah, well done. Slightly towards climbing through the canter pirouettes, but I wasn't sure if she would come in a little bit too quick like she did, a little bit too big like she did in the walk pirouettes, but she prepared those really well, very well ridden. Nice big changes. Again, all clean and clear. Beautifully straight there on the diagonal. Yeah, fairly nice. Again, could just take a little bit more risk through the extended canter. I feel like there's a bit more in there for the higher marks. Emily Weseloh and the lovely Be Happy for Switzerland, our first combination for Switzerland. A really lovely horse, plenty to like, nice, fluent, harmonious test. It sometimes just needed a little bit more engagement, but it is a 67.206%. Scores ranging from 65.7 up to 67.6. That is a personal best for this combination. As I said, at times could just develop a little more activity with the engagement there. Just sometimes lost a bit of the balance, especially in the trot work today. But super fluency, really nice and harmonious from this pair.
For combination.
So you can see the orange t-shirts in the background there in the collecting ring. Such a great setup here because you can see in the far distance they've got the warm-up, then the riders come through into this arena on the right hand side of your screens. That's the 10-minute box, so they can do their final 10 minutes of warm-up, take their boots off, do all their final preparations, and then from there you can see it's slightly open. You'll probably see this rider coming through this gap and they can come straight into this lovely main arena here. We've got all the tents down the left hand side, and I think that's what's causing a few issues so far today. Wow, a nice horse. Dominique van Dalsen and Just Johnson for the Netherlands. Dominique, 19 years old, riding Just Johnson, a 12-year-old KWPN gelding by Glocks Johnson. Dominique competed this horse last year in the junior category. Picked up team silver and individual bronze in the individual junior competition and silver in the freestyle. Also competed this horse in 2024 and rode in the ponies in 2023. Their last time out was in Weseloh. They finished 5th in the team competition with 70.4. 6th in the freestyle with 71.8. Dominique van Dalsen and Just Johnson. Very expressive horse. Just like to see that frame extended a little more there in the medium trot. But a beautifully uphill horse, super elastic. Nice cadence there in the shoulder in. Lovely, super fluent through the shoulder in, circle and half pass. Very nicely ridden. Again, they're beautiful in the trot. Would just like to see that frame extend out just a tiny bit more. Super fluent so far in this test. It's looking like a personal best so far for Dominique. Can she keep it up? Very active through the walk. Needs to bring it back a little bit. There we go. Yeah, fairly nice there through the pirouette. Could have been a little bit clearer in the rhythm, but she kept the activity well. It just needs to watch the rhythm in the walk. Better here in the extension. Yeah, nice ground cover. Very, very nice through the extension. A little bit short behind through the change there. Nice. Oh, nearly lost the canter coming out of the canter pirouette. It really needs to keep that jump all the way through. Lovely change. This horse is so beautifully uphill. Oh, keep the straightness. Yeah, well ridden. Ah, lovely changes, and then popped in a 3 at the end in the line of 4s. What a pity. Lovely. Much better, yeah. Much better in the counting. All of the changes were really, really lovely. Just that one little counting error at the end of the 4s. She's going to kick herself for that. Her personal best 70.4, and because of that little error she's dropped down. But a lovely square halt to finish for Dominique van Dalsen and Just Johnson are first to go for the Netherlands. It's going to be a good score for them. It's going to put them into second place individually and in the team. A very, very nice horse indeed. Lovely elasticity, beautifully uphill. A lot to like. Such a shame about that counting mistake. Sometimes could just be a little bit more through. It is a 69.412%. That's enough to put her into second place. Lovely and consistent from the judges.
Total score, and now for the Oranje team, the second place, 69.412 total score. And here is the last competitor before the first break.
So,
Fabian,
next up, Sohvi Rouvali.
And here is Sohvi Rouvali.
And she is riding Fabian for Finland. An 11-year-old Hanoverian gelding by Furstenball. Sohvi competed in the European Championships last year as a junior. This year they competed together in the Baltic Championships, finished 17th in the team test, 11th in the individual and 12th in the freestyle. That was actually their last time out, so they scored 62.9 in the team test, 66.2 in the individual. Our last rider to go before the break. Finland also have a team here, 4 riders. So Sohvi Rouvali and Fabian. Ooh. Needed to be a bit more direct there, out of that halt transition. You can see a few steps of walk. Nice around the corner though, and looking good through the medium. Losing a little bit of the activity there through the 8-meter circle. Just like to see the horse a little bit more in front of her aids, but accurately ridden, nice positioning through the shoulder in and half pass. Very light-footed horse. Some nice work there in the trot. Like to see a bit more shoulder freedom here in the walk. Needs to watch the rhythm. Again, losing the rhythm there in the pirouette. Just really needs to stay a little bit more in front of her age. You can see that Sohvi is having to work quite hard to keep him forward. Yeah, nice stretch though. You can see the horse really taking that stretch down and out, seeking the contact down. Oh, losing a bit of straightness there. But nice through the half pass, really clear through the bend. Yeah, not a lot of preparation went into that, and so she's completely lost the canter, unfortunately. That's going to be expensive as well because she wasn't able to show the change at sea. So keep the canter, keep the jump. Yeah. It's so hard, isn't it, when the horse isn't quite in front of your aids or on your aids even, and hasn't quite got that natural activity today. You have to really ride the horse that's underneath you. Oh. More problems here in the line of changes. Yeah, Sohvi just having a few issues today. That's such a shame. Ones again for the changes. Can she get some threes? Yeah, counting mistake again in the 3-time changes, but she got some changes, and you know that was much better than the line of 4s. The horse just not quite listening today, and not on Sohvi's aids. All credit, though, to Sohvi for carrying on and getting through the test and finishing. Oh, she's going to be so disappointed. You work so hard throughout the year to get to the championships, and then it just wasn't Sohvi's day today. Fabian not quite feeling it. It was slightly laboured at the beginning, not in front of her aids at all. And that really showed up in the canter today. A real pity for Sohvi. All right, let's wait and see what the score is going to be.
So, as you see, our judges are now moving up to the 10 for about 10 minutes. We
have a short break coming up.
9:14 with the first combination of the Italian team.
So, as the announcer just said, 9:14 is our next time for the Italian team. It is a 54.529% for Sohvi and Fabian, and they go into 8th place. So, as I said, the next rider in at 14 minutes past 9.
529. Germany with Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel Sinkers color OLD, followed up by the Dutch Dominique van Dalsen and Emily Weseloh from Switzerland on 3rd by far. Thanais, Capelle, Morosi and Stella Hoff finishing the first 5. We continue at 9:14, ladies and gentlemen. On these European Championships, we were going into this break.
Hello and welcome back to part 2 of this Young Rider team competition this morning. The score to beat at the moment, 70.941 of Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel and Zinc Escola OLD FH of Germany. We move on to our first combination for Italy now. It is Carlotta Valeria and Juan, a 12-year-old KWPN gelding by Davino. Carlotta has competed in 3 previous European Championships, in 2022 with the children, 2023 and 2024 as a junior. Last time out was in Verolanuova. With this horse, they finished 6th in the team competition, 63.6, and 2nd in the individual with 68.4. Carlotta Valeria and Juan. Nice and supple to the bend through the shoulder in. Yeah, lovely there. Really nice balance through the 8-meter circle. Good crossing. Could just be a little bit more uphill there. Nice in the extension. Nice, really fluent. Keep the energy now. Yeah. pretty nice through the warp pirouette to the left. Could have a little bit more self-carriage. Keep the activity. Yeah, better here now, coming into the extended walk with the activity. Yeah, tracking up nicely. Again, just needs a little bit more marching. A little bit tense there before K. Lovely here, really nice jump to the canter. Keep the bend, keep the jump. Oh, yeah, well done. Just that last step before the canter pirouette, just went a little bit onto the shoulder, but she corrected that really well. Could do with a little bit more preparation this time. So bring him back, bring him back. Yeah, both canter pirouettes for me just needed a little bit more preparation. She had to ride them fairly big because she didn't quite get him onto the hind leg enough. But good here in these lines of changes. First change could have been a little bit more through, but the rest really lovely. Nice. Lovely line in the threes. A little bit slow to develop, but nice steps in the extension. And coming down to her final halt now, Carlotta Valeria.
Thank you.
Lovely there from Carlotta Valeria. And a lovely Jacquard for Italy. A really lovely horse, very well presented by Carlotta. Just needed a little bit more control in all of the pirouettes, actually. It was the canter pirouettes mostly that pulled her mark down, but a really lovely, elegant horse to produce a 65.971% test. Judges between 63.529 up to 66.912%. Just could have done with a little bit more engagement to achieve some more self-carriage through the test, but a really lovely overall job. So next up it is Katya Lambaka and Horizont. They are representing Austria. It's a 12-year-old Trakehner gelding by San Silvano. They competed together in juniors back in 2023, finished 67th in the team competition and 55th individually. Their last time out was in Agleiten last month. They finished 4th there in the team competition, 67.4, and 5th in the individual, 67.8. He also had a triple win in Lipica in May. Great energy here in the medium. Yeah, nice cadence to the trot. Also this lovely, light-footed just watch the balance there in the circle. Yeah, pretty nice crossing here in the half pass. Lovely reach. Just needed to be a little bit more fluent. Super expressive through the extension. Lovely and uphill. What a little powerhouse of a horse. Nice, really good positioning through the shoulder in. Just needs to make sure that they keep the pole up at the highest point. Just getting a little bit deep there. Correcting the rhythm here in the walk. Could do with a bit more shoulder freedom. I'd just like to see a bit more activity through the walk pirouette there. Yeah. Well ridden. Let's see how the shoulder is in the extended walk. Yeah, still could develop a bit more shoulder freedom generally in the walk. You can see the forelegs are quite straight. Better here towards the end. Nice. Good control there through the half pass. Yeah, nicely done. Lovely jump to the canter. Staying in a good frame here. Keep the activity. Good preparation, really nicely ridden. Yeah, just needs to take a little bit more weight behind to come a bit more uphill in those canter pirouettes, but the foundations are all there really, really nicely. Mostly 6.5s and 7s for this canter work so far. Yeah, again, really clear changes, nicely. Ground covering could have flowed a little bit more just for the extra mark, but nicely ridden. You can see a little bit of swaying. Again, very accurately ridden through the threes. Now extension. Yeah, nice. Yeah, some nice steps there. He's got a really lovely canter. And there we have it for Katya Lambaka and Horizont for Austria.
Katya Lambaka and her Horizont Austria. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Some really lovely work through the test. Super consistent. A very expressive horse. At times could just show a little bit more uphill tendency, but really super through the changes. Lovely big and ground covering. Lovely harmonious riding. At times could just have done with a little bit more engagement. And that puts Katya into 4th place so far.
66.912 B brings the Austrian team now to the 4th place so far with 66.853. And here's
now we move on to the first combination for Denmark, and have Larsen Lade and Finnegan Fitz. This is a 12-year-old Danish warm blood stallion by Franklin 54. They competed together in last year's Young Riders. They took all 3 gold medals. Gold in the team, gold individually, and gold in the freestyle. The last time out was in Hagen last month. They finished 3rd in the team competition, 69.6, 4th in the individual, 67.9, and 2nd in the freestyle, 73.6. So definitely one to watch out for. And I have Larsen Lade and Finnegan. What a super horse. So much expression there. Beautifully elastic. Yeah, nice and accurate through the 8-meter circle. Just could be a little bit more over the back. Super uphill though. This horse super elastic. Nice steps. You can really see him tracking up beautifully. Again, just would like to see him a bit more over the back into a slightly longer frame there through the extension. Her personal best 72.549 in this test. Keeping the activity through this collected walk. Nice. Yeah, very nicely done. Second half a little bit on the larger side if we're being picky, but kept the activity really nicely. A good stretch. Yeah, could do with a little bit more ground cover for the 8s, but nice marching. Lovely up to the canter, beautifully uphill. Really lovely. Beautifully uphill, staying in a lovely rhythm. Super jump in the canter. Nice. Very well done through the half pirouette. A little bit larger this way. And a little bit earlier. Beautiful change though. So now onto the tempies. Nice. Beautifully uphill this horse. Everything really harmonious, really fluent. Huge ground covering changes, really nice there in the frame. Actually, you can see that he's softened and relaxed as the test has gone on. Really lovely balance. Let's hope she takes risk through this. Yes, she does. Again, the same as in the trot extension, can just open that frame just a little bit more. And there we have it for Anna Havlen-Leay and Finnegan Witz.
Oh, wow.
What a super combination. They were our gold medalists last year.
Thank you very much.
And they are going to go into the lead, I think. It's not going to quite beat their personal best of 72.5, but it's going to be, there's a 71.088% and into the lead so far. A fabulous job from Anna and a great start for Team Denmark.
The first spot. 71.088 for Denmark.
A very expressive horse. At times could be a little bit more through. It was lovely to see them really relax as the test went on. Right, next up we move on to Maria Adamalas.
And this combination finishes the
and this is first in Vriendstaub for Poland.
First in Vriendstaub. It's an Hanoverian mare by Fürstenball.
This is a 14-year-old Hanoverian mare by Fürstenball. This is Maria's first European Championships. Had a great result last time out in Sopot. They finished second in the team competition with 65.1. They had a win in the individual 65.5 and was second again in the freestyle with 65.7. just resting a hind leg in the first halt, but a nice move off. Yeah, better there in the contact through the half pass. Just looked like he was coming against her a little bit in the circle. Better positioning there in the shoulder in. Bit of a head tilt through the circle. Just needs to be keeping the balance a little bit more in some of this trot work, but nice and accurately ridden. Really kept the forwardness and the activity through the trot nicely. Ooh. Yeah, stepped out a bit there in the pirouette to the left. Needs to really keep that activity so those hind legs don't escape. Good relaxation, just needs to take a bit more of a stretch there in the extension. Needs to seek that contact down. Yeah, nice positioning again there in the canter half pass. Nice change. Just crooked a little bit there in that change at the end. Coming into the canter pirouette, yeah. Yeah, okay, so got quite tight over the back. There wasn't a lot of preparation that went into that. Nice change there, though. Really needs to get that suppleness over the back. Ask for the collection. Yeah, again, needs a bit more preparation there in the canter pirouette. So some nice changes, but they were technically correct, just not particularly straight. Let's see from this angle, you can see the quarters swing from left to right quite a lot through those changes. But all clean and clear. So changes scoring on average anywhere from a 5 to a 6.5. Maria Adamalas and the lovely first in freestyle for Poland, our first rider from Poland.
Maria Adamovich, first in freestyle, thank you.
Some really lovely moments through the test. A really elegant horse. Just needs to work a little bit more over the back today in this test. 63.882%.
At ease, 62.206 at H, 61.618 at C, 65.294 Diamond.
Yeah, really clear through the 3 gates. Just needs to be a little bit more over the back. So,
and now we start with the second rotation.
Yeah, now we do start with the second rotation for this young rider team competition. And we go back to our team for Spain. So this is Nile Uita Lopez and Viriathus Van GC. This is a 11-year-old stallion by Vitalis. Niall competed this horse in the 2024 and 2023 Europeans in the junior category. And last time out was in May. They were second in the team competition with 65.7. Also finished second in the individual with 64.7. For Spain, so Niall wanting to score around her personal best would be great. You can see there 65.765. And a nice start. And could just be a little bit more over the back. Yeah, pretty good there through the circle, looking good. Just needs to watch the straightness. It looked a little bit quarters leading. Some nice steps here. Tracking up beautifully in the extension. Again, could just be a little bit more over the back. Sometimes it looks a little bit against the hand. But she is doing a good job of keeping the pole up. Nice positioning there through the shoulder in. Horse's mouth just opening slightly here in the collected walk. Right, now keep the activity as you come round. Yeah, just dropped off a little bit, stepping out with the right hind through the walk pirouette. Sorry, there. Oh, and then in the second one, just needed to be a little bit more on the aids. Needed a bit more control through that. Ooh. Well ridden there from Niall. Horse just having a little look at the tent. Yeah, good riding. and there through the half passes. Just needed to be sure that the hind legs weren't leading. So thinking about the straightness now and the activity, good preparation, really good preparation. Well ridden. Really, really good riding there through the canter pirouette. Lovely preparation. Everything was nicely in control. The bend. Lovely. Yeah. Good. Needed a little bit more balance in that last step coming out of the canter pirouette, but really nice. Keeping the jump in this canter. Yeah, so nice changes again, very clean and clear changes, but a bit of swinging left to right. Well managed. Again, the horse taking a little look at that tent. Very well ridden by Niall. Could have taken a bit more risk there, I feel. She started a little... Oh, keep the canter, keep the canter. Started a little bit later, then brought back quite early in the extended canter. And there we have it for Niall, Uita, Lopez and Viriathus van Gisi.
Viriathus van Gisi and Nila Uita Lopez from Spain.
I think I'm saying Niall wrong. I think it's Nila. Sorry, my pronunciation. But a really nice job, especially in the canter. Really, really impressed with her riding today. She did a fabulous job. 63.941 and into 11th for Nila. Unfortunately, a little bit of tension today. Needed to be a little bit more over the back into a softer contact, but really well managed through the test. So now, second combination for Sweden. It is Tove Slutby.
And Tove Slutby, Sweden.
She's riding Ebony E, a 10-year-old Swedish warm blood gelding by Harmonies Eklich. This combination competed together last year in the young rider category. Finished 5th in the team competition, 9th individually and 2nd in the freestyle. Had a great time in Hagen, which is their last. Just move that left hind leg out to square up. You really want them to step under rather than back. But a lovely move off and nice here in the medium. A very expressive horse. Again, one very naturally uphill. As she comes into the shoulder in. Well positioned. Keeping that pole up. Nice balance. Yeah, well ridden. Super fluent. Lovely. Yeah, very nice. horse has great ground cover in the trot work. Everything looking really nice and harmonious and fluent. Great engagement. You can really see the balance there, especially on those small circles. Lovely ridden trot tour. So it's looking like a personal best so far. Personal best at the moment, 69.0. Just need to watch the rhythm here in the walk. Ooh. Just lost a little bit of the rhythm there. The rhythm isn't entirely clear in the collective walk, so it's going to be very difficult for the horse to have the rhythm through the pirouettes as well. So that's going to be quite costly. Oh gosh, yes. Trending on 17 now, down to 66. Hopefully she can pick up some marks again in the canter work. Good through the half passes, really nice and correct. Now prepare. Lovely. Really well ridden. Oh, yeah, so changed just as they came out. It's lost the balance and changed. And both canter pirouettes are double coefficient. So again, another quite expensive mistake there. Lovely big changes here. Beautifully ridden. Really lovely lines of changes. Hopefully that will give her a nice boost. 7.5s and 8s from the 5 judges. And that is it for the lovely Ebony EE, ridden beautifully by Tove Slutby.
Ebony EE and Tove Slutby from Sweden.
A great test there for Sweden. Sadly, just a couple of mistakes in there which cost them dearly. The walk rhythm today really pulled them down, but they made up for it in the canter work. Really super through the first canter pirouette. Sadly had that little mistake where he changed on the way out of the second one, but those lovely lines of tempi changes really gave them the boost that they needed. Super uphill horse.
And
scores are in for Tove. It is a 66.382%. Scores ranging from 64 up to 68.
4.559 at M, and at B it's 65.735.
So we move on to our first rider for the Belgian team, Victoria Everard Jordi HBC. This is a 12-year-old KWPN gelding by Lord Leatherdale.
Victoria Everard, Belgium.
This is her first European Championships. Last time out was in Hagen. Last month they finished 13th in the team competition, 66.2, 9th in the individual and up to 4th in the freestyle. Oh, yeah, well corrected there. Just moved a little bit out to the right in that move off. Yeah, nice there in the medium. Lovely light-footed horse. Oh, a bit of a tilt there in the shoulder in. And coming into this 8-metre circle. Yeah, didn't quite have the balance there going into the circle from the shoulder in, and had a bit of a head tilt and slightly escaping. Nice there. And keep the straightness. Yeah, good. Very expressive horse. Needs to be sure that that's not a little bit too big. Nice there in the walk, keeping the rhythm. Yeah, finished a little bit big, but kept the activity well. Just had a few issues with the contact there in the walk, but the horse willing to stretch down here in the extended walk. Yeah, nice steps. Really clearing the rhythm in the extension. A nice up to canter, beautifully on the aids. Nice and uphill through this canter half pass. Keep the straightness. Again, just a few issues with the contact there. Nice preparation. Keep the jump. Keep it, keep it, keep it. Yeah, just came back at her a little bit too much there into the pirouette. Need to keep the impulsion the whole way through. Keep that jump. Yeah, didn't quite come off quite the same this way. He needed a bit more engagement, a bit more sitting, so the horse could really come round her inside leg. But nice changes. Again, lovely changes, really nice and uphill. The tongue just keeps popping out, which is going to lose her some marks. Nice. Yeah, good risk taken there in the extended canter. Now coming down to the final holds. Victoria Everard and Geordie HBC for Belgium. Belgium have a three-man team, or three-woman team. So no drop score for Belgium. Every score counts. So countries are allowed to enter teams. The maximum is 4. The lowest of those 4 results will be dropped and the highest 3 will be added together. It is a 64.412 for Victoria, and that puts her into individual 12th place and gives Belgium their first score on the board. So if a team has just 3 riders, then there is no drop score. Each score counts. So a little bit more pressure. So one more rider, and then we take a bit of a break. We're at the halfway point through this part 1 today. Part 2 will be tomorrow morning.
Have the next starting time officially in about 3 minutes.
Yes, we are a little bit ahead of time. So the next one due in at 10:10. They are allowed to come in early should they wish. And here they come. It is Nelly Claus, and she is riding Bonfire, a 12-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Bellissimo.
Competitor representing the German team Bonfire, the Oldenburg gelding.
This is Nell's first European Championships.
Lilia Claus, Germany.
They competed last time out in Hagen. That was in June. They finished 3rd in the team competition with 70.6 and 3rd also in the individual 69.6. So our second rider for Team Germany. At the moment we have Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel in 2nd place individually with 70.9. So a really good start for Team Germany. So getting us underway, Nelly Claus and Bonfire. A really lovely first centre line. Nice and uphill through the medium. And into the shoulder in. Good positioning. Just needs to keep the balance. Yeah, just could be a little bit softer over the back there through the 8-meter circle. Super there though, good crossing in the half pass. Some nice steps through the extension. Could just have opened the frame a little bit through that and been a bit more over the back. Good positioning again here in the shoulder in. And needs to keep that balance and that softness through the circle and into the half pass. Nice crossing. Really clear crossing. Super in the rhythm throughout the trot. And nice here in the walk. Really active and marching through the collected walk. Yeah, well centered. Just keep the activity. Oh, add one step there where the quarters just escaped a little bit. Super relaxation. Really nice here through the extended walk. A lovely stretch. Really seeking that contact down and out. Nice steps in the walk. Just needs to be sure there's not quarters leading there through the half pass. Lovely changes, really nice and off the ground. Already beautifully collected, ready for the canter pirouettes. Keep the jump. Just lost a little bit of the bend in the canter pirouette, so really good preparation. If she could just keep the bend and keep that jump around the canter pirouette. Yep, good coming in. Yes, better. Really, really nice there. Lovely balance. Lovely changes, beautifully uphill, nicely ridden. Yeah, two really good lines there. Beautiful canter tour so far. Yeah, really brave through the extended canter. Well done. And now down the final centre line. Not quite square, but a lovely test from Nelly Claus and a bonfire for Germany. It's looking like it's going to be a personal best for this pair. Their PB before 70.618. It's looking like it might be a little bit higher today. A really lovely, fluent test. Lovely, harmonious riding. 70.735. 68.8 up to 72.3. Really, really super test. Very well ridden. Very clear paces with highlights, especially in the canter. Sometimes could have been a little bit softer at the beginning, a little bit more over the back in the trot. So that is it now, a little break. We are halfway through today's part 1 of this Young Riders team test. It is Anna Hav, Larsen Lidit and Finnegan Witz in the lead, 71.088. Lana-Pinou Baumgurtel and Zink Escala OLDFH in second, 70.941. And Nelly Claus and Bonfire there in third, 70.735 with a new personal best. So join us back. We'll be back in around half an hour's time at 10:48.
Be prepared for that. We start at 6:30 with the opening ceremony, and after that, you're welcome to the tent to visit our famous.
So join us back in just around half an hour's time.
Open ceremony.
at the moment. And at the moment we have Anna Havelaar in the lead with Finnegan Fitz with 71.088%. But now we move on to our second rider from France. It is Lilia Mammonier, and she is riding Debouche. This is an 18-year-old KWPN gelding by Vivaldi. This is Lily's first European Championships. They last competed in Liège back in May. They finished 17th in this test with 66.3. Finished 16th in the individual, 65.9, and jumped up to 13 in the freestyle with 67%. All riders riding this team test. They'll then move on to the individual competition on Friday and Saturday, and then the top 18 will move on to the freestyle on Sunday. You can see there a personal best score of 67.549%. Good there through the medium trot, nice and fluent. Nice through shoulder in, and keeping pretty good balance there through the circle. A little bit of a head tilt through the half pass, but really nice steps, some good crossing. Nice. Yeah, some lovely steps in the extension. Really clear and precise through the transitions as well. The judges really want to see a good transition into the extension and then back into the collected trot. Nicely on 3 tracks through the shoulder in. Keep the balance. Yeah, well done. Well ridden through the circle. You could see in that second half he was about to have the hind legs escape through the outside, but she managed to catch it. Good into the walk. Nice in the walk. Good clear rhythm. Keep the activity. Yes, a better size the second time. Just both of them could have been a little more active. Really clear in the rhythm through the walk and through the walk pirouettes. Good relaxation here in the extended walk. Slightly more active here as well than in the collected walk, which is good. Could have just done with a little more ground cover. Nice up to the canter. Good jump here. Really nicely on her aids. A lovely harmonious test so far. Keep the bend. Nice. Really good preparation. You can really see her collect the canter, bring it back to keep that jump. Yeah, well balanced. Nice. Good riding. Lovely change. Yeah, lovely. Really good riding. He's able to take the weight. Now into the lines of changes. Ah, what a shame. Just didn't quite come through behind in that last change. Nice. Lovely 3 times. Her personal best 67.549. So close to that right now. Would definitely have been over without that little mistake in the last of the 4-time changes. What can she do down this final centre line? Can she get a new personal best? A lovely job. Very, very well ridden by Lilia Mammonier and the lovely Debouche for a really fluent test. Some lovely harmony. He was beautifully on the aids throughout. 67.5% there for 5th place for Lily. A good score for Team France.
67.794 at P makes a total score 67.5, ranked 5th now in the individual scores. Next around the ring, individual rider with Dutch mare Emily by Desperados and
Maria Cabanuva is riding Emily. She's an individual rider with neutral flag. This is a 17-year-old KWPM mare by Desperados. This is Maria's 2nd European Championships. She rode in the ponies in 2021. And last time out, they competed last month. They had a win, 71.1 in the team competition, 70.2 in the individual, and 74 in the freestyle. Maria and Emily. Sadly, they just had a little change before that first halt. So not the start that they would have wanted, but they've got plenty of time to make up for it. Such a beautiful mare. So elegant. Lovely and soft. Staying in a nice frame. Lovely balance. Super crossing. Really lovely. What a gorgeous mare. So light-footed, so elegant. It just needs to be a little bit more fluent there through those 8-meter circles. A little bit more shoulder freedom here in the walk. Yeah, nice in the pirouette. I'm thinking about collecting before she comes round. Yeah, good activity there. Nice through the extended walk. Just sometimes more through the shoulder. Nice up into the canter, beautifully uphill. Lovely. Really nicely on the aids, clear, bend. Lovely preparation. Out. On the verge of climbing. Yeah. Yeah, very well ridden by Maria. She's on the verge of climbing around the canter. Maria just trying to keep the fluency and keep the control through those. Lovely. Yeah, two really nice lines of changes. Lost a little bit of the straightness after the last one there in the threes. Could have been maybe a little braver there through the extension. Lovely as they come down this final centre line. A super test. Maria Kabukiva and Emily. It looks like she wants to scratch her nose or something. Well, there's a fly there, maybe. That's better. You should just look, yeah, again there. Anyway, a really, really beautiful, elegant horse. 66.176. A really, really lovely test, though. Lost a few marks in the walk today. Just a little bit tense in her front legs in the walk, but a really, really beautiful horse, super elegant. Another individual rider coming up next. Just making their final preparations before they head over to the main arena. And here they come. It is Manuel Kello and Fireflyer. It is a 12-year-old Hanoverian mare by First Romancier. Manuel, it is his first European Championships. It's only actually his third ever international competition, and they are unbeaten so far. Last time out, they scored 66.2 in the Young Rider team competition and 64.8 in the individual. Seem to be scoring around the mid-60s in both. Manuel competing here as an individual rider. 15 teams in total. And a handful of individual riders too. Needed to be a little bit more direct up into the trot. Just a little bit unsteady there in the contact. Lovely moving horse. Slightly open in the mouth as it came onto the circle. Better there in the second half. It's a little bit on the bigger side as well there. Yeah, really clear bend into the half pass. Some nice steps in the extension. Really clear in the transitions. Just needed to open that frame a little bit. Better here. Yeah, good positioning into the shoulder in. Looks pretty big as well. Just needs to watch the accuracy through those 8-meter circles. If you can ride an accurate test, you're automatically picking up, the marks, or you're not losing marks. I think it's such an important thing that all the transitions are ridden accurately on the markers, the circles are the right size and the right shape. You don't want to be throwing away marks. Keep activity. A little bit big there, but kept the activity well. Yeah, better. Still some bigger steps, but was a little bit more centered. Good relaxation there. Taking a nice stretch. Some good steps. Yeah, good positioning through the half passes. Again, could have been a little bit softer over the back. But keeping the jump well through the canter now. That's it. Good preparation. Think about bringing him back. Getting him to sit. Yeah. Pretty nice there. Good riding. Now again the same this way. Keep the bend. Keep the jump. Yeah, lovely. They're both a little bit on the larger side, but I much prefer that to climbing or spinning round. He's really showing that the horse can sit. Again, you'd want to see a little bit more self-carriage. Yeah, clean, clear changes. Again, a bit more self-carriage would be great. But they're nice and straight. Yeah, it could maybe have been a little braver through there. There was a difference shown, but the difference could have been a little bit bigger. But coming to the end now. Nice into the halt. Manuel Kello for Portugal, our individual rider. Lovely Firefly. Some really nice parts of this test. Today needed a little bit more self-carriage at times. He was a bit against the hand, but everything was ridden accurately, apart from those 8 metre circles. 64.706%.
And the scores for one of the
just needs to be a little bit lighter. Sometimes was just a bit on the hand, but it's nice through the shoulder in and the half passes. And good through the changes, all nice and clean and clear. So we move on to the second member of our Hungarian team, Leela Felvini and Bonjour Malliond. This is a 15-year-old Danish warm-blood stallion by Go Gardens Boney M. Lila is a bit of a familiar face. She has competed in European Championships every year, apart from last year, since 2019, through children's, juniors, and in 2024 came up to young riders. She's been competing this horse since 2020 at European level. Last time out was actually here in Budapest. She was second in the Young Riders team test, 68.5, and second in the individual, 66.2. A really nice start. Lovely cadence to this trot, really nice and light-footed. Yeah, Good through the 8 metre and nice and uphill for this half pass. Lovely. Yeah, really nice through the extension. Super positioning. You can really clearly see those 3 tracks there in the shoulder in. Could maybe have been a little bit more supple through that 8 metre circle. Yeah, and that would have just helped that half pass. It just felt like she was lacking a little bit of bend there. Nice into the walk. The walk. Yeah, it's a little bit big in the first one. Keep marching. Oh, lost a bit of the rhythm there in the second one. I think there must be quite a lot of flies out. You could just see the horse there kicking up at its tummy. That looked more like a fly kick than a get-off kick. And we saw some issues with the previous horse as well, trying to have a scratch. So I think there must be quite a lot of flies around. Lovely up to the canter. Keep the dump. Yeah. Again, a little bit on the larger side. But she kept the activity. Keep the bend. Yes, well corrected. Yeah, lost a little bit of the bend in that last step, and then she managed to get that suppleness again. Just could be a bit straighter through these changes. They're big and they're off the ground. But there's just a bit of swinging. Yeah, same here in the threes. Lovely. Good risk. Yeah, she really went for that then, which is so good to see. We've seen quite a few conservative riders in the extended canter so far today. So nice to see one really going for it. And there we have it for Lilia Felvini and Bonjour Malion.
Leela Felvini, Bonjour Malion from our host country, Hungary. Thank you.
A very lovely horse. Nicely on the aids, beautifully uphill. Scores in 65.941%. Scores from 63.8 up to 67.5.
At M and 67.5 at B makes the total score for Lila and Osho Mainon 65.941.
Oh. A little bit of a spook on the way out. That moved through to juniors back in 23 and 24 and is now here as a young rider. Has got a few horses under her name. Started competing this horse back in March this year. Their last time out was at Wellington. They finished 4th there with a score of 68.3 and then went on to win the individual 71.1. Also is riding Farrell in the under 25 Grand Prix. Ben. Such an elegant mare. Lovely activity. They're lovely and light-footed. Good there through the shoulder in. Really nice balance. Just be a little bit steadier there to the contact in the half pass. Super. Really nicely pushing from the hind leg. Lovely. Super positioning through the shoulder in. Yeah, nicely done. Nice marching there in the walk. Yeah, lovely. Keep the activity. Yeah, good. Keep. Yeah, good. Super. Really nice marching in the extended walk. Great energy. Really clear in the rhythm. Keep the jump coming. Change just needed to be a little bit more on her aids there at the end. Keep the activity coming. Yep. Nice change. Just could be a little bit softer over the back. Keep the jump. Keep the jump. Yeah, well done. keep the rhythm. Nice changes, beautifully straight. Just at times in this canter could be a bit more over the back. Lovely. Really good lines of changes. Yeah, nice. A clear difference shown. Lovely, elegant mare, ridden by Ruby Hughes, Mount St John Jazz Dance. A really lovely partnership to watch. Plenty of harmony there. Combination best 68.3. They're going to be very close to that indeed today. A really lovely, elegant horse. The canter, 68.029% for Ruby Hughes. Yeah, today she got a little bit strong in some of the canter work. Could have just worked a little bit more over the back, but a beautifully presented test from Ruby, especially in the trot work. Super elegant, lovely and uphill. Really well ridden by Ruby, a beautiful way of going. Super harmony between the two of them. So
one rider for each team.
Next rider up is an individual rider for Greece, Eleni Balmpati and Formentera 5. This is a 10-year-old Hanoverian mare by Finest. Eleni has competed in the 2025 Young Rider European Championships, as well as the 2023 Juniors. Her last time out was in Stalplura. They finished 11th in the team competition with 63.08 and 12th in the young rider competition with 57.17%. Their personal best 64.608. You can see a clear difference shown there in the medium. Could just maybe have a little bit more uphill balance there. Yeah, looked pretty accurate through the 8-meter circle. Just a little bit unsteady to the contact. A really sweet horse. Very, very willing. generally in this trot work just needs to be a little bit more engaged to start offering that uphill tendency. Would also help with a slightly steadier contact. Yeah, nice. Eleni riding a lovely accurate trot tour. Good here in the walk. Nice and active. Oh. Yeah, you could just see there in that first step, the horse really backed off and wasn't quite marching forward. Yeah, slightly better there in the pirouette to the right. Needs to allow her to stretch a bit more. Yeah, you'd like to see much more stretching there in the extended walk. Yeah, these flies are a real problem, aren't they? Little mistake in the change. Good preparation in the canter pirouette. Keep the activity. Just needed to have a little bit more balance and activity there going into the pirouette. Yeah, well done. Again, lost a bit of the balance in the change. But coming into the fours now. So clean, clear changes in the fours. What can she could do here in the threes? Oh, a little mistake there to start. Yeah, better. Really well recovered. The last change was a little bit disunited as well. It's the first and last ones. The ones in the middle were really nice. And Formentera 5 for Greece, an individual rider.
Formentera and Eleni.
A lovely obedient horse.
Greece.
Today just needed to have a bit more engagement for more of an uphill tendency, but it is a 62.029% test. Scores from 59.8 to 62.7.
62.5 at the position. B total score 62.0.
So one more rider before we go into another break. And it is one for Norway. Dear Elise Nielson.
Only 3 riders on their team list.
They do have a team of 3 riders, so no drop score. But Dia has competed at the Baltic Championships, but never a European Championships. Competed this year and finished in the top 10 each time. That was actually their last competition together. This horse is Ophelia van Het Rosenhof, a 12-year-old Belgian warm blood mare by Glocks Johnson. So at the Baltic Championships, they finished 9th in the team test with 66.3, 5th in the individual 67.7. Oh, that's such a shame. Just had a little canter there towards the end. Otherwise, the medium was looking really nice. Good positioning here in the shoulder in. Yeah, lovely. Very correct through the extension. You'd like to see a bit more shoulder freedom. Yeah, good angle through the shoulder in. Keep the balance there in the second half. Nice walk there. Key, yeah. Just losing a bit of the activity going in. She did well though because she didn't allow it to stick. Oh, a little bit too quick on that. Yeah, nice. Good marching, nicely walking over the back. Oh, change wasn't quite on the aids there at X. Nice, much better at the end there. Well done. Good preparation. Bringing her back nicely. Oh, that was a shame. Well ridden though. She just had a little trip there, lost her balance in the second step. Lovely and uphill change again. Just needs a bit more balance now. Yeah, well ridden. Needed a little bit more weight. Good. Lovely changes. Lovely and uphill, really nicely on the aids. Could be a little bit more over the back, but really super uphill changes. Nice. Beautifully straight. Such a great camera angle for those. Yeah, it could maybe have gone for a little bit more there in the extended canter, a bit more ground cover. Well ridden. The Elise Nielson for Norway, our first member of the Norwegian team. And a lovely test from this pair. Some really lovely horse, super changes. Could just develop a little bit more self-carriage in general, but a lovely test. And it is a 65.382%. 64.1 up to 66.7. So now we take another short break before we come back for the final 7 riders. So next starting time is 12:02. But we can let you know that at the moment it is still Germany out in the lead. Here hopefully we'll be bringing you our individual results so far for this team test. It is Anna Harv Larsen-Lade for Denmark and Finnegan Witz out in the lead with 71.088%. But here are the team results so far. Denmark out in front with Germany close. Some of these teams have had 1 rider, some have had 2. So until we really finish our second rider rotation, we won't know. And also some teams have got 3 riders, some have got 4. So yeah, we'll know a little bit more after the second rider rotation, but much more after the third. So join us back in around the final part.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now want to remind, be prepared. Group followed up by free food and beverages this evening.
She got supporters in higher places who turn their heads to the city sun. Oh, to give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna for the morning.
splish splash, I was taking a bath.
Much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger. To tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done, but when at least I can see.
So, and now we continue.
Welcome back to the fourth part of this young rider team competition. We have 7 combinations left. Oh, actually, yes, 7 combinations left. Second in the young rider individual with 69.2. A lovely elastic horse. Nice start. Really lovely balance. Super light-footed. Yeah, just needed to keep that connection the whole way around the circle. Just needed a bit more balance there through the half pass, but really beautiful cadence. Lovely lift in the trot. They make such a lovely picture. It's quite a big horse and very, very difficult to maneuver around those small circles. Lovely. Super crossing through the half passes. At the moment, it's looking like a personal best. The PB at the moment is 70.4. Just needs to watch the rhythm here in the walk. Yeah. 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 Just losing the rhythm a bit there in the walk. That's going to be quite expensive, yeah. That's how expensive those walk parrots can be. That was trending on 70, now down to 65. Better here in the extended walk. Nice up to canter. Let's see if she can claw back some of those marks that she's lost. It was 4s and 5s mostly for the walk work, for the collective walk work, I should say, because of the rhythm. Nice up to canter though. Good changes. Nice preparation. Yeah, good. Very nice. Very well ridden. That's it. Keep the jump. Just a little bit of activity there in that half pirouette to the right. Lovely changes. Covering the ground well. Staying nice and uphill. What a lovely horse. Their combination best is 67.8. What can she do in these last few movements? Lovely. Very nice and straight. Yeah, lovely. Some really nice steps. Lovely and uphill. So finishing up now. Emma Grantis and Ballantines VR for Switzerland. Oh, that's a shame. Just lost a bit of the balance coming down into that halton, just slightly crooked. A really, really lovely test today. The walk was very, very expensive for this pair. Super nice in the trot and the canter though. Lovely and uphill. Really nicely on the aids. Super activity. It is a 66.647. 69 from E. Down to 63.3 at M.
Total score 66.647. Emma Granditz, Ballantines, Switzerland. And then we are waiting for the second combination of the Dutch team. It's getting orange.
So moving on now to the second member of our Dutch team. A rider that has competed at the Pony Europeans back in 2022 and juniors in 2024. It is Esme Boas, and she is riding Montreux, a 9-year-old KWPN gelding by Federo. Their last time out was in Weseloh back in May. They finished 6th. Oh, sorry, she's got 2 horses. They finished, 6th in this test. And 4th in the individual with 64. Sorry, 69. So she was 6th in the team competition with 70%, 4th in the individual with 69, and 4th in the music with 73. Sorry, I had a little computer glitch there. Their personal best, 70.539. There's another horse that she's been competing at Young Riders as well, Rockstar. How lovely to have the option of 2 horses. Lovely and uphill here through the half pass. Could have just had a little bit more crossing there. Again, a lovely horse. Super nice there. Tracking up beautifully, lovely and uphill. Little bit big there in the 8-meter circle, and again lovely bend there. Better this way, a bit more parallel. Yeah, pretty nice in the half pirouette left there. Could keep a bit more activity. Yeah, the same there. Slightly stepped sideways there in the pirouette to the right. Lovely. Really super there in the extended walk. Big over track, really nice stretch. Good rhythm. And lovely pick up to canter. Could just have a bit more bend there in the half pass to the left. Lovely preparation. Nice. Very well ridden. Yeah, really, really good through both of those canter pirouettes, especially the one to the left. Super nice. This canter tour is gorgeous. Super fluent, really harmonious. Lovely. Takes good risk. Could have maybe opened the frame a little more. Oh, stepped a little bit wide there in that final halt. But a gorgeous test there from Esme Boas and Montreux.
The ovations from the orange crew from both sides of the arena for Montreux and Esme Boas.
A lovely, lovely horse. So harmonious, really fluent, lots and lots to like from this super pair.
And let's see what's coming out. 68.824.
It is a 69.941. Scores ranging from 68.824 up to 71.324. A lovely result for this pair.
Close to 70, and it's the fourth place individual so far.
So fourth place individual mark.
A second good score for our Dutch team.
Next up, we have a rider for Finland.
Next nomination.
It is Venla Litton and Tempelhunter.
We see
An 11-year-old Hanoverian gelding by Totalas. They competed in the Baltic Championships this year. Competed in the European Championship in the children's classes. The Baltic Championships was their last time out just last month. Finished 14th in the young rider team test with 64.6. 12th in the individual 66.1. Venla Litton for Finland now. Finland do have a team here. A nice start. Very expressive horse. Just could be a little bit softer over the back there into the contact. You can see there a little bit of resistance as she comes back. But a lovely mover, really light-footed. Again, just some problems there in the circle. A big moving horse, super crossing there in the half pass. Just not always soft to the contact, sadly. And that's going to be costing them some marks. Nice, better there on the short side. Yeah, good positioning in the shoulder in. Again, quite big through that circle. Now watch the rhythm here in the walk. Yeah, get the rhythm. Yeah, needed more rhythm going into the pirouette. Yeah, not too bad there in the pirouette to the right. Still needs a little bit more suppleness and rhythm, but she managed to keep the activity. That walk can be so expensive. I think that's probably been the most obvious thing today, is when the walk's gone well, they're the riders that have stayed and maintained their high score from the trot. And when the walk has been slightly unsure or not forward enough or a little bit lateral, then that's when they've lost up to about 4%. So incredibly expensive. This horse has really lovely paces. Just today, a bit too much resistance in the contact. Really keeping their marks down. Better here. Keep the canter, keep the jump. Yeah, well ridden. Keep the canter. Yeah, well rescued halfway through. The balance just went a bit too much on the shoulder, and she managed to correct that. Good riding. Oh, some mistakes there at the beginning. Just better. Again, well rescued. Much better in the second half. Lovely and straight there through the 3-time changes. Nice. Yeah, again, well corrected there. It had a little interruption at X, but she took risk, which was good to see. Venla Litton and the lovely Temple Uita.
Kiitos, Venla Litton, Temple Uita from Finland. Thank you.
Representing Finland, they have a team of 4 here today. Some really nice work, a really super horse today. The contact not quite steady. It is a 62.235%.
And he had his cost for second.
Just a bit too much resistance in the contact, and you can see that everything's there, but her riding was brought that little bit of tension over X in the extended canter. So really good riding from Venla. Wild Summer S-Child next into the arena for Italy, ridden by Anita Destanis, an 11-year-old Oldenburg stallion by Woodlander Wild Child. Their last time out was just last month in Vero Lanuva. They finished 3rd in this test with 67.4, 5th in the individual with 65.1. Actually had a win in the music. It's Anita's first European Championships. Didn't quite get an immobility there in the hold. She made the right decision though to just keep going, but it is going to start her off on a slightly lower score. Some horses just want to get going. A little bit quick in the tempo there in the shoulder in, but good positioning. Just needs to keep that balance. Keep the balance. Yeah, good crossing there. Really nice reach in the half pass. Oh, well done. Could be a bit more over the back, but she really opened the frame, lengthened the stride. Good. Yeah, it could have crossed a little bit more there in the half pass to the right. And coming into the walk now. The rhythm looking good so far. Yeah, not too bad. She kept the activity. Just needs to be sure that it doesn't creep out. Yeah, not bad. Keeping the walk rhythm. Generally, they could have a little bit more softness over the top line. But you can see the horse is really willing, wanting to take that stretch down. Just could have been a little bit clearer there through the change, but the half pass was nice. Right, now get the preparation. Yeah, not bad at all actually. Needed a little bit more balance. Keep the fluency. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it could be more forward, but the principles are all there. The horse can sit and take some weight. Nice changes. Big and ground covering. Yeah, well done through the lines of tempes. Lovely. Down the centre line for Italy, Anita Destanis and World Summer S-Child. Finishing there with a super square halt. Really nicely on the aids. A lovely partnership. Could just have a little bit more throughness and uphill tendency, but overall really nice, especially through the lines of changes. Was pretty good through the pirouettes as well. It is a 64.118. Very consistent from the judges there, 62.3 up to 66. Just 3 riders left to go. And then we'll be halfway through this young rider team test. Second half is tomorrow. This is Emilia Brandstatter, and she is riding for Austria. She's riding DSP Wiener. It's a 10-year-old German-bred mare by Berghoff's Topaz. Emilia competed in juniors last year in Le Mans. Last time out was actually here last month. They won both days in the team test, scoring 69 and the individual 69.02. Oh, a lovely, lovely start. Their combination best 69.05. Quite big again there in the circle, but nice balance. Super crossing there. Lovely, really nice and uphill through the extension. Great angle through the shoulder in. A lot of these circles are a little bit on the larger side. Nice through the walk. Yeah, super. Some of the best pirouettes we've seen so far today. Could have a bit more ground cover here in the extended walk. Just about tracking up. Nice. Really good through the half passes there. Good preparation. Yeah, it could have been a bit more over the back, but very, very nice in the pirouette. Good. Yeah, very well done. Great control through those pirouettes. And all 4 pirouettes were really nice. The walk and the canter. Bit of a counting mistake. Yeah. 2 counting mistakes. Yeah, that's been quite expensive. Interesting scores though, ranging from 4 to 7. Much better though in the 3s. Really nice, clean, clear line. This is a lovely test. Could have been braver there through the extension, taken a little bit more risk. As she comes to the final halt. It is Emilia Brandstätter and DSB Wiener. A really super test there for Austria. 67-ish%. A really lovely combination. Plenty of harmony. A real shame about those counting errors in the 4s. It is a 67.353%. Very consistent with our judges. 66.1 up to 67.7.
At B, a total score of 67.353. Yes, now we hear them. Second competitor for Austria. And the second.
So currently Denmark in the lead. And Denmark are into the arena next. It is Andrea Hamann Sand and Blue Horse Victor. This combination have competed together at the Junior European Championships in 2024 and 2025. It's their first year as a young rider. She's also competed in 2022 in the pony. In 2024, she won a individual gold and silver medal and helped Denmark pick up team bronze. Their last time out was in June in Hagen. They finished 11th in the team competition with 67.3 and 10th in the individual with 67.3 again. Very consistent. Andrea Hamann Sand and Blue Horse Victor. Again, a lovely light-footed horse. Quite a big horse. It looks quite long as well. Just needs to be a little bit more through to the contact there. A slight head tilt just creeping in. But lovely and uphill. Super positioning there in the shoulder in. Again, you can see that they're nearly touching the centre line on that 8-metre circle. It is such a hard movement to ride those 8 metres, especially with such a big horse. Nice here in the walk. It's got a lovely walk, really clear in the rhythm. Yeah, lovely. Could have been a little bit smaller, more centered. Nice. It was a little bit smaller that time. Really lovely there in the walk. Super ground cover. You can really see the horse walking over his back. Yeah, very nice. Probably one of the best extended walks we've seen today. Yeah, lovely. Really well presented through those canter half passes. You can see that she's got the collection there. Yeah. It could have been maybe a little bit more uphill, but it kept the activity nicely through the canter pirouette. Nice. Started a bit large and again could have been a bit more uphill, but a good pirouette again. Super lines of changes. Yeah, looking really secure. Nice. A lovely fluent test by Andrea. Our second to go for Denmark. They're currently out in the lead. Have they done enough? Germany, that is the question. Andrea Hammam-Sand and Blue Horse Victor. really harmonious test there to award them with 68.529%, and that puts them into individual 6th place so far.
70.441, that'd be a total score of 68.529 on the account of 10 for Denmark. One competitor left.
One rider left today, and it is one for Poland.
Long break until tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.
We will be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock for the second part of this team test for the young riders. No individual medals, it's just team medals for the first couple of days. This afternoon it will be the turn of the under 25. They'll be riding the intermediate test.
Competitor on this day for the June Young Riders team competition. J'adore, the Dutch gelding by Eyecatcher and Don Premier. Julia Jokel, second competitor for
Julia Jokel and J'adore for Poland. Next into the arena, the final rider to go today of this of this young rider class, under 25 still to come. This pair have been very established. They started together in 2023 in the juniors, came up to young riders in 2024 and 2025. Their last time out was last month in Weseloh. They finished 4th in this test with 66.3. and 3rd in the individual was 67.2. Not quite square there at the beginning, but lovely transition down to the from the canter to the halt. Just needs to watch the balance there in the medium trot. She really went for it though. Good positioning. Yeah, that looked pretty accurate. A bit of resistance though. Got a bit of hollowing on the circle. Again, not quite equal steps in the extended trot there. I think the bell has been rung. Oh, what a pity. That will be elimination there for Julia. Of course, welfare of the horse is top priority. And And our judge at sea, Dr. Sven Gunther Rothenberger, just not quite happy that the horse is 100% sound. So that will be elimination for Julia. How disappointing for her. But as I said, everybody's priority, and that is it for day one of the Young Rider team competition. So we will be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for the second part of this Young Rider team competition. But we'll be starting in the under 25 team competition at 2 o'clock. They'll be riding the Intermediate 2, and today you will have 19 riders coming forward for that. But here is and Finnegan Witz in the lead. Some team results there from Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands there in 4th and 5th. Carl will be back with you at 2 p.m.
Opening ceremony, please come up to us. You can now go for lunch or relax. Be back at 2 o'clock.